right, everybody, welcome back to our first ever teams event here for the Esports Drift Association. Welcome back to 2024. Welcome back to Esports Drift Competition. Welcome to the bracket. This is what's going to be happening today. Again, if you missed qualifying, our 8 teams are now seeded, ready to go, and our first battle of the day is going to be your number 1 seed team, Urta, going up against Vosan. And it should be a barn burner. Again, qualifying was all pretty close. And the next battles you're going to get, just really quick, Legacy versus Escuco, Legacy Tandem versus Escuco Drift Family, Team Hashira against Hothead Racer by Racezone, Rough Angels against Yellow Speed Esports. And in a single elimination bracket, 3 drivers per team. Whoever gets to the 2 wins, press the 3. Whoever wins the 3 battles, or 2 battles first, wins and moves on. It is... I'm making it sound a lot more complicated than it actually is. However, our first set of battles, Frankie, we are here at a track that is steeped in ESDA lore. It is a track that we are very familiar with. Welcome to the Nürburgring.
Yeah, man, it's one of those tracks that tends to be my favorite. A lot of fun battles happen here. And for the first time ever, at least in ESDA's history, we're gonna have teams going against each other, just to kind of showcase all the talent that's been happening over the last couple months, this last season, from SR as well as ESDA. So really excited to see what happens today. A lot of familiar faces, a lot of not so familiar faces, but one thing's for sure, Keenan, we're gonna have a crap load of great battles.
Whoa, 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 language.
Oh, sorry, a boatload.
Yeah, speaking of which, for on the docket today for your 2 teams that are currently represented in this first of our 4 round 1 battles is going to be Urta Esports. If they sound familiar, well, they should. Darius and Martinez Ostrega, the Ostrega brothers, always a threat no matter where they are, what competition they're in. And Ernestus Yakubelis. It was team-based qualifying, but your single highest individual score was from that S13 of Ernestus. So if you're going up against Urta Esports, that is a mountain to climb, and it's a mountain that Team Vosan is ready to get stuck into. Joachim Hogue, Matash Kalin, and Evan Gioz are going to be representing Vosan.co. And speaking of which, on the board right now, your first battle of this team's battle is going to be your Ernestus Yakubelis, your number 1 qualifier, going up against Joachim Hogue in the Vosan E30. This is a card that could box opted to not qualify on behalf of Vosan, so he is just part of the battling team. This is I would argue, a must-win for Vosan to be not only get that first win on the board and be only 1 more battle away from winning, but to take out the number 1 qualifier would be huge for morale. So we are ready to go. Can Vosan play spoiler? Here we go. First of our at least 2 battles here in our first ever teams event. Ernestus in the lead. Joachim Hogue giving chase. Big entry from both. Joachim backing it in real deep. Going to open up a little bit of gap, though. Trying to close that gap to the S13. He does just by cutting a little bit of angle. A lot of angle cut there for Joachim, but he's right on the door. He's pushing him through the longer part of this course. Big braking zone here. Ernestus putting down a solid lead run here at the Nürburgring. And this track was chosen by both of these teams. And across the line, not the best chase for Joachim. And a really good lead for Ernestus.
Yeah, man, Ernestus, what an awesome driver, because Joachim was definitely doing everything they could just to knock on the door. Throw in a boatload of pressure. Joachim in that little E30, man. It's been pretty incredible watching this dude go through all season long, and really excited to see what happens here for run number 2 as they rotate around. But yeah, what a crazy great run by Ernestus.
And they're going to switch up places again. The winner of this battle, it's only going to be 1 win. Think of it like a playoffs best of 3. In sports, and I'm Canadian, so I'm obviously going to say hockey, but basketball is the same way. Baseball, I think, does it the same way. So the first team to get 2 wins moves on. as we switch around for our second run here. So the winner of this pair will get 1 point for their team. First team to 2 points moves on.
Yes, sir. Let's see what happens here. Drivers are ready. Everybody's ready all around. Really excited to see these guys go at it. Joaquim has been one of my favorite drivers, but Ernestus is no small mountain, man. What an incredible driver. And you'll be able to see why as they initiate going into zone number 1, flying through that inner clip. Ernestus trying to stay as calm and consistent in that chase position. Joaquim looking very solid as they're staying as deep as possible in these zones and kind of moving side to side. Ernestus inches away from Joaquim, really putting in all the pressure as they go into this last turn here, flying through into the inner clip. Ernestus knocking on the door, and that will be the end of your run number 2.
Wow. What a start for Urta Esports. Unfortunately for Vosan, I think they might be going down 1-0 here. Really solid lead from Joaquim, which is what he needed to do. But unfortunately, good leads breed good chases. And there it is. Urta gets the win. Ernestus Jacubelis getting the first point for Team Urta. It is not over for Vosan. Vosan, this is now, it went from a must-win on morale to a must-win to stay alive. If they lose this next battle, it is over for Team Vosan. If Urta wins this battle, they move on into the next round.
Yeah, and I'm a firm believer that a lot of competitive drifting online is really solely mental. So you really do have a great chance to kind of swing things in your favor. Vosan does have the opportunity to kind of, reverse sweep. See if they can make it through to top 4.
It's very possible. Anything's possible. Again, the brand new format for us on Assetto. This is something we used to do on Forza all the time. This is so old school Forza, it hurts. As we move up, we're going to get an Ostreka here, but who is coming up to represent Urta? Is it going to be Darius or Martinez? Darius is in the S15, Martinez in the BMW. Who will be pulling up to the line first? And again, we will be getting either... I believe we only have one option for Vosan, as Matash Kalin is not here. So Evan Gyoz is going to be representing Vosan.
Yeah, and our judges do confirm here that Urta is going to get the unanimous decision there for Battle 1. So Urta is up by 1 point, but like we said, this is... they do have 2 more chances. Vosan does have 2 more chances to pull it out.
Yeah, they're going to need the comeback here, though. This is a must-win for Team Vosan, as it looks like it's going to be an all S15 battle. Martinez opting to stay in the pit lane, as Darius Ostreka taking to the line. This is a hell of a battle for Evan Goys, but it is not impossible. As we are set to go for the second pair here in this first battle. And here we go. Martinez Ostreka, Darius Ostreka, sorry, in the lead. Evan Goys in the chase. This is a must-win situation for Team Vosan. Big initiation, but way too early. That is going to be a 0 out of the gate for Evan Goys. All eyes now on the Ostreka in the lead. If there's no major mistakes from Darius Ostreka in the lead position, this is going to be a mountain to climb. But really smart job. Evan's on a 0. All he can really do now is try and force some sort of mistake from Urta. No contact, however, just pressure. It's happened before. I've seen it before, but it's not happening today. Goys with the 0 in chase. Really unfortunate. Super easy to do. Just the trap there is you want to enter a little bit shallower to get to proximity, but the risk you run is going too shallow and just having to choke up on line. That's exactly what happened.
Yeah, that's what you can tell here, that kind of his initiation just really threw him way far off there, causing him to go super inside. That's gotta hurt, man, coming from him. And man, no slouch here going up against Team Herta. Just consistency throughout the last couple seasons by these drivers. So it's going to be a tough one. But we still have one more round. He can spin it around.
It's going to take some sort of major mistake,
Yeah.
but not impossible. Something you also see. Um, the smart move here would be to give some gap and not a whole lot, like maybe a car. Um, Darius doesn't really do that. He just drives all as hard as he can all the time, which is why he's so successful. However, it has gotten him into trouble before. 9 times out of 10, if Darius Ostrega loses a battle, it's because he played himself. So we'll see what happens here. It's not over for Evan, but he's unfortunately going to need a bit of a miracle as both these drivers reset. And we get ready for run number 2. Again, Vosan needs to win to stay alive in the competition. If Team Erta wins this battle, it is game over for Team Vosan Esports.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one heading into run number 2 here at our ESDA teams battle. Some S15 versus S15 action here. Evan is really coming up here versus a wall. He's going to have to throw in one hell of a lead run, but let's see what they can put together here as we get ready for your run number 2. Just making sure everybody's ready. Lights go off. S15. I don't know, man. I think I'm putting my money on the S15 to win this battle. Here
Thank
they
you, Jared
go.
Deanda. Very funny.
Great initiation. Even better jokes as we go into our run number 2. Ooh, into chase, having to lay onto the left foot brake really heavy there. But in the lead, Evan really doing their best to kind of flow through this track, but knocking on the door is a yellow S15. Man, they are flying through here as they're going through the last half of the track. And man, they are inches putting all the pressure from the chase position, and that will be your run number 2.
That should be game over for Vosan. Didn't see any major mistakes from Darius. There was a moment there on that inner clip as they were trying at the long right-hander of the course. It really looked like he was just barely keeping that car sideways. That car's got so much grip in it. That's just Erta. That's what they do. But here we go. Taking a look at the replays here, see if we get any more information. Luckily, like I said, I think this one's an easy call. As there we go.
Yep.
Again, we're just, you see how close they got there, but a little bit of contact, but not anything to upset the lead driver. It is a shame because Evan laid it down. He really did everything he had to do in the lead, but unfortunately it was just too much of a mountain to climb. And ladies and gentlemen, that should be 2 wins for Team Erta. So Erta is going to take the sweep and take out Team Vosan 2-0 and move into the Final Four and is still your number 1 seed in the tournament. I'm not sure if we're moving down or right in the bracket, but we're either going to get Legacy Tandems against Team Escuco, which is your 4th and 5th seed, or Team Hashira against Hothead Racer, which is your 2nd and 7th seed.
All right.
So again, we do have our first set of winners here. Well fought for Vosan. Joaquin with a great lead. Both drivers with great leads, actually, for Team Vosan, but it is not going to be enough to take down the institution that is Team Urta Esports. As we move on to our next set of battles. Again, the track is going to change depending on who is going up against what. So we have all 9 tracks available, which you could download right now on Vosan.co. If you've seen this and you're like, wow, these look like a lot of fun. The SRDL car pack, the Pro pack, is available to download on Vosan as well. You can grab the Shadow Realm Drift League pack, the Pro and the Pro M pack. And the tracks available are Chang, Daytona, Drive Center, Nürburgring, which you just saw, Mugello, Long Beach, and Fuji. And Fuji is where we had our qualifying. So it all depends on what the teams decide amongst themselves, who picks what, who bans what. But we are moving on to Team Legacy Tandems against Iskuko Drift Family. So that is going to be the bottom half of our left side of the bracket. That is your 4th seed in Legacy Tandems against your 5th seed in Iskuko Drift Family. Representing Legacy Tandems, we have Joey Nguyen in an S15, Zach Macy in the R34, and then Kobe Wells and Alex Murphy in the S15. Unfortunately, Alex Murphy having to bow out, so it will be the top 3 there. Kobe, Zach, and Joey going up against Iskuko Drift Family with 4 drivers registered. Alex Rogachev and Daniel Camacho in S15s, Alexander Matet in an S14.9, and Will Hurst in an A90 Toyota Supra. So they have to decide amongst themselves what track they are going to be running. And as soon as they figure that out, it's looking like it might be Daytona. Which, again, we've had 2 tracks that have been very, very fluid in terms of you mess up one area, it is very difficult to come back and correct. So Daytona, I find, is a bit more of a track where you get a reset. There's a huge slowdown midway through the course. That's very helpful in terms of just slowing the car down, getting a minute to decompress and think about it. As we are going to Daytona. This was our driver search event in 2023 as well at Daytona. Super, super fun event. Super fun track. Again, another track that was run quite a bit on the console side before we moved over to PC and Assetto Corsa. Excited to see how these 2 teams navigate it. This is going to be a first, I believe, for Legacy Tandems, at least within ESDA. And that is a new team to us going up against Iskuko, who have, of course, driven here. But I'm not sure if this driver pairing has driven here. We wait to see who will be representing Team Iskuko and Team Legacy Tandems in their first set of battles. As I think one of our commentators has stolen a car from somebody.
Whoops, that's my fault. I even had the start line highlighted.
I was like, dude, I shouldn't see Underglow yet. Wait a minute.
Sooner or later, I'll sneak into ESDA. But for now, we're just gonna attempt at commentating.
Frankie, give me them keys. Last name. What a character.
Yeah, it'd be incredible.
Known thief. So again, Urta already moving on. This is the bottom half of the left side of the bracket. As we should have drivers. I think they're probably going to do a little bit of warm up just to get used to the track. And they did not know where they were battling until this second, right now, which is super, super unique. I don't think there's been a pick and ban format to a drift event ever, let alone like in sim drifting. At least to my knowledge, maybe there has been, but at least to my knowledge, very similar to something you would see in not just fighting games, but shooters as well. I know Rainbow Six does a similar format, and they're doing their invitationals this weekend. Shout out to all my friends in Brazil right now.
Ooh.
Very apparently, I've seen some videos from down in Sao Paulo. It looks like a fun time. But of course, the server is being reset again. Why wouldn't it be?
Yep, just taking some time to make sure everybody's ready, getting everybody into the server at the moment. Yeah, just testing out a completely new format here today at ESDA. Yeah, just taking a second to restart the server to fix a car issue. All of our drivers are going to go ahead and join up. Hope everybody's having a great day, and hopefully everybody is enjoying the series. I know we're kind of starting a new format, or better said, like kind of bringing something back
Yeah,
that.
it is something that was done in Forza way long time ago. Um, what was we there was two leagues that were, I'm not sure if they were run by the same people. It's been like 15 years.
Yeah.
But one league was FMDA, which was individuals, which is kind of what you're used to doing now. And FMDL was made for teams that had a slightly different format.
Mm-hmm.
Um, at a slightly different format. It was run just like this. Of course, we were judging on cars being parked on corners, so things have changed a little bit. But it's really cool to see this back. It's not like we're the only ones doing team tandems, but just having this group of people and doing it, it really is making the nostalgia part of my brain tingle a little bit today. It's new. It's new to ESDA. It's new to what we do here in Assetto, but this is not a new thing at all. This used to be how like the pinnacle of drifting, at least when we were on Forza 10 years ago, 20 years ago now. That's disgusting to say out loud, but anyway. This is how where the big competition was. This is how arguments were settled, team battles. Obviously, we're just out here having fun today, but super, super cool to see this back, and in a bracket system as well. Not just, hey, we challenge you to a duel, which is kind of how it worked out. It was a call-out post on the forums. Is how you found out you were battling somebody.
Yeah. Yeah, I kind of love those call outs, so it was fun. The potential is there, you know.
Dude,
But
you wake
I
up, you check the forums, you see someone's talking smack, you're like, oh! It was there was no Discord 15 years ago.
Yeah, I think there's a place for it. It could be really fun, you know.
Yeah, is you had to wait 6 hours and see if the team that you wanted to battle actually responded to it, and if they did, when we were going to be able to get it done. It was a whole thing. Um, it was a simpler time.
Yeah, I wasn't too involved whenever things like that were going on, but yeah, I want to bring it back. I think it's super fun.
This is definitely something I think we have to do a little bit more often, whether it's in off seasons or when we have a couple weeks off. I think it'd be really cool just to, as almost like an exhibition event, just showing off the driving. This is a super unique way of doing it.
Yeah.
Speaking of people whose backs hurt, I see Slap Happy in the YouTube chat. That's I remember being all of like 14 years old watching that guy drive, so I can only imagine how's the wife, how are the kids? Maybe I don't know. I've seen some old people names in our judging stand as well. I see two people in there I haven't seen in a while. I won't dox, but
Yeah.
yeah, both of those names in there have been around about as long as I have, if not longer, and I've been around a long time. So we should be getting ready to commence the second battle here. I do think we have two cars lined up on the line. No, we don't. We're just waiting for someone to practice with.
Yeah, I think people are just practicing for now. Still making sure all of our judges have everything in a row, as well as our drivers here. Getting ready here at ESCA Daytona, dude. Really excited.
It's going to be a little bit of a mountain to climb for Legacy Tandems. Because of their qualifying scores, that they've got it in them. But Escuco's definitely got the seat time advantage. Again, Escuco qualifying with an average of 80.2, Legacy qualifying with 81.2. But the discrepancy of qualifying scores for Legacy, driver 1 with a 91.7, driver 2 with a 70.7, Escuco 79 and an 81. So a lot more consistent, which I think in this format is going to be beneficial. Holy moly. Brain cell, please, I'm begging you. All right. I think we're finally ready to get going here. Lesson learned for the next time we do this, I think.
Yeah.
On maybe we get everyone to do their picks and bans at the same time early. That's fine. Everything's fine. It's more time I get to hang out with my best friends.
Yeah, man. Looks like we're getting everybody ready. I think we're getting the drivers sorted. We have Legacy versus Etsuko.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Escuco with Alex, Will, and Daniel versus from Legacy Tandems Kogan, Zach, and Kobe with Cat Slayer. So Cat Slayer up at the podium. I think just waiting to get everybody up to the line.
All right, so Alexander is going to be representing Escuco, it looks like. Alexander Matet going to be going up against, I think it's not Will Hurst. That is the one that isn't Will Hurst. I think that's Zach Macy. Or it could be Joey. I think it's Joey. Their name is Cat Slayer 69. So I have to I have to be the one figuring this out. All right, Alex was pulling up to the line and then he wasn't. Who is driving another car? Oh, Daniel Camacho. There we go. I clicked every name but the one that I needed. Good golly, we're ready to go here. Finally. Who's going to be moving on to face Urta? It's either going to be Legacy Tandems, Escuco Drift, Legacy Tandems slightly out qualifying. This is your 4th and 5th seed. Barely 2 points in between them on average. Daniel Camacho will be chasing in the black and purple S15, leading in the lower no-wing gray-ish S15 is going to be Joy Nguyen. Joey with a big mountain to climb here, but big scores on the board for Legacy Tandems in qualifying. It's not like it can't be done.
Yeah.
Here at Daytona. The first time we're seeing Daytona today. And here we go. Joey in the lead. Daniel giving chase. Escuco in chase. Legacy in the lead. Excellent initiation, but maybe a little bit too early. I think maybe one tire off there for the lead driver of Joey Nguyen, but all the pressure from Daniel Camacho in the chase. Leaving a little bit of proximity on the board, but not much. Both of them grabbing rumble strip there. And pushing out to the exit. Maybe a little bit of contact going over the line. Really short section here, too. Not as long as Nürburgring where we just were, so they're going to have to get it done a lot sooner.
Yeah, and you could really tell a couple places at the beginning of the track, you have your lead driver might have fallen off the track in a couple of areas, but man, that chase putting in a lot of pressure here, so gonna have to go ahead and send it back to the starting line, rotate him around for your run number 2 here at Daytona Speedway.
And Joey's
Man,
definitely got the chops. First time I've
yeah.
seen him drive.
Yeah, that was kind of impressive. I love seeing all the pressure. I love seeing aggression. You could tell it might have thrown our lead driver through a loop.
That's all you can really do as a chase driver. Is just pour as much pressure on as you can and hope to force the lead into a mistake, which is what Joey's going to try and do here.
All right, we're going to rotate him around. This time we have our legacy driver in the chase position with our Escuco driver in the lead. Here, getting ready for your run number 2 here at ESDA Daytona. With our first team event, just kind of getting everything warmed up, see how we like the format here. Making sure everybody is ready and yep, lights are going off. Having our drivers go through the chicane. Some S15 versus S15 action. Ooh.
Oh, that's going to make it real easy.
Yep. I hate to see that. I hate to see that though. It's the worst. Whenever you lose a round solely because of a small error like that. Well, not small, but just, just a mishap,
That is going to be one that I think the judges are going to want replays for. The last one, I think, was a bit more cut and dry. It's so easy to do that here, too, Frankie. Mm-hmm. It is so committee on entry. So I can't say I blame Joey for what he did. You got to go in there fast.
Yeah.
It's going to come down to whether Daniel Camacho, the judges deemed that Daniel Camacho slowed down too much, or whether Joey was just being real aggressive in chase, which unfortunately is absolutely what you have to do in chase here, that you have no choice, especially when you think you might be sitting on some sort of deficit.
Yeah, and I think the other thing is about this track that, like, if you're not driving it, it looks a lot easier than it actually is, because you have to have a lot of commitment, as you can see in this first initiation. Ooh, yeah. Yeah. All right. Judges already decided.
Yeah. I'm coming up from a cold, too. So, yeah, judges are going to deem fault to Legacy Tandems on that one. So, Escuco Drift family gets the first point in this team battle. So, they are one more win away from moving on to face Urta Esports. Who's flying the drone? That is Spawns FPV. Was probably the best addition to our stream team in 2023, or one of the best additions to our stream team in 2023. Stoked to have him back for 2024.
Yeah, definitely the best FPV drone pilot on this Assetto Corsa platform by like miles, man. Love having him here, showing an extra point of view.
It really helps out getting the stuff that we miss. Super stoked to have him here. As we move on to the second pair.
Yeah, Escuco taking the first round, heading on to our second round here. Just getting our drivers up to the line.
So Joey did not get a qualifying score in. Joey was not one of the drivers who opted to qualify on behalf of Legacy. But Daniel Camacho with a 79.1. So you'd imagine they would get. So we do have a driver pulling up to the line for Escuca. It's going to be Will Hurst in the A90 Supra. And he will be facing, I got to imagine it's got to be Kobe Wells. Kobe Wells now coming up to the line. So
Yep.
Kobe with the huge score for Team Legacy got that 91.7. But keep in mind that was on a totally different track, which would be Fuji. So Fuji's similar to this, but this is flat, no elevation change here at all. And
Yeah.
the fact that we even sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, Kobe definitely just completely killed his qualifying run. Haven't seen this other driver drive yet today, but at the same time, it's about to be a really fun one.
Yeah, if you're representing Escuco, you got chops.
100%. It is Will versus Kobe.
Both of them on the line here, ready to go. Escuco versus Legacy Tandems. This is a must-win for Legacy. They have their strongest driver, at least in terms of qualifying score, out there. It's all down to Kobe Wells, who will be leading in the S15. Giving chase in the Supra will be Will Hurst. And there they go. Will Hurst jumped the start. He's going to use the ESDA restart rule.
I love
And
it
if you
when
don't
drivers.
yeah,
Excuse me.
it's there. That's why it's there.
Yep.
He went for the jump, jumped way too early, and stopped immediately. He already knew what he did, so. Gonna re-rack him. Try that again. Should be a really quick fire off. He's gonna back up this time. You see this a lot from other drivers as well. They kind of give a bit of a. They lay back a bit so they can get that jump, and they're not way ahead of the lead car by the time it's time to go. So let's try this again. Anytime. Whenever you're ready.
Yep.
And there they go. Much better jump this time from Will Hurst. Kobe Wells, good out of the gate too. Not really good start from Will, actually. Right in the middle of the track, one tire off on the inside line. Kobe Wells, nice and smooth, but the wall will, I think maybe he just tagged it, but not by much. Painting that concrete wall, one tire off for Kobe Wells in the lead, but major mistakes in the chase from Will Hurst. And across the line, not the best start for the Escuco driver. Not entirely clean from the Legacy Tandems driver of Kobe Wells either. Maybe just one tire off there on that last outer zone before the finish line. The second to last outer zone, sorry. But excellent lead. I wasn't sure if the skills on Fuji would translate over to Daytona. Again, they picked the track right before they're set to start. So there's no time to really prep. There's no time to get a ton of practice in.
Yeah, we are getting word from our judges that one of our drivers is from Australia. So ping is a little bit of an issue that we have to deal with here, but it's just one of those things where you just kind of have to deal with it. Will Hurst definitely doing really well chasing somebody like Kobe. But of course, we do have to deal with like the normal online stuff. So we're gonna rotate him around though, kind of get him ready for run number 2. We have Will Hurst in this beautiful A90 Supra with Kobe Wells in this like demon-like S15 for Legacy Tandems. See what they can throw here together. Lights do go down. They are gone through the chicane. Let's see what Will Hurst can throw together. Oh, Kobe, I think, is going to do his restart here. He did stop.
Yeah, Will had a really bad jump out of the gate. I don't know if he tagged the wall or what happened, but you could see him get really loose as soon as he exited the chicane. And that means that Kobe had to lift. And as soon as Kobe had to lift, he was like, nah, I'm done. So I don't blame him for going for the reset there.
Yeah.
Really smart. Will is going to reverse back. Maybe?
I think so, because I think
Yeah,
that
yeah, guys.
beats
I was like,
AI.
I was like, he should just reset. They have fresh tires, so they just reset. Kobe's gonna warm him up really quick. Go back to the line again. Smart play. As soon as he came out of the, sorry, go ahead.
I said, yeah, especially on a track like this, man. If you're in the chase position, you really have to be putting an emphasis on proximity, because it's very easy as a lead driver to kind of pull away from the chase on Daytona. So, pretty smart coming from Kobe. Kobe, let's see what he can do here for his run number 2 here. As we get him ready for Daytona Speedway. Let's just see what they can throw down here. The lights are down. They are through the chicane and out the gate.
Much better.
Will Hurst in this beautiful A90 with Kobe Wells right on his door in that S15, trying to put all the pressure on him, but man, Will Hurst just kind of smooth skating through this track here. Kobe inching closer and closer as he's trying to put a world of pressure. We got a little bit of contact, but Will Hurst is not shaken at all as he finishes up his run number 2. Wow, man, not bad of a lead, especially having to deal with Kobe Wells being from Australia, as well as bumping him. But he finished in big ups.
And on top of that, too, Will Hurst is from Canada. So you have an Australian and a Canadian connected to a South American server. It's not surprised. This could very well be a candidate for our first OMT of the day.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's going to go that way, but if you watch Will Hurst's initiation, just really shallow, just ignores that first outer zone, which is very European in the style of judging. Usually, like if you go shallow for the initiation, just gain proximity. I find in a lot of European competitions and Japanese stuff, they don't really care that much. But here, it's more of a FD/North American style.
Yeah.
Where if you miss any zones at all, it's still going to reflect negatively on you. In contrast, Kobe kind of dropped back a couple times in his chase.
Yeah.
Again, they're both working with lag. Similar issue on the first interclip too. Didn't get all the angle. So there's definitely some talking points. I think the only constant is both their leads were solid, minus potentially one tire off heading into the last hairpin, which I believe is the West Horseshoe on the road course.
Yeah, I do think chase-wise, maybe Will had a little bit of a lesser chase in comparison to Kobe, but we'll have to leave that one up to the judges. I know, I've never in particularly judged an event, but for me, if I were to judge, one thing that I absolutely despise is like whenever people they sacrifice a line for proximity and go super super shallow just to be a little bit closer. I think that in my head like would really hurt points wise, and I think that's one thing that Will did a little bit too much maybe in his chase run.
Yeah, it depends on the track, and again, it depends on the judging team because every series is different. Some series, they want you to do whatever you can to get on the door, and don't really penalize it heavily if you can pull off the proximity. Then there's other series that, hey, if you get all the proximity, that's great, but if you're missing all the zones to do it, it's not really worth it. I think it'd be a lot easier of a conversation to have if Kobe did not have some mistakes in his chase as well. Just watching that replay back from spawns, I did see that Will did miss another outer zone, so that's 2 that he missed in his chase. The first one, I see why he did it. Didn't quite get the best jump. Working with lag as well, because not only is there lag between Canada and Australia, there's lag between Canada, Australia, and on a South American server. We're working with what we've got.
Yeah.
So...
You can kind of see what I was talking about a little bit there. as you can see, like Kobe's lead, whenever he initiates, or not, yeah, for Kobe's lead, whenever Kobe initiated, Will Hurst kind of had to go super deep in. Oh, looks like we do get a call.
We absolutely do. It is not unanimous. One judge saying one more time, and I think the other two judges saw that second missed zone because Legacy Tandems is going to even it up. It is one battle apiece. This is the final battle. Winner take all. Who will be representing Legacy? Who will be representing EDF? But Kobe Wells stealing one from Escuco Drift family. I think they're going to get Kobe back out there again. That's the right call. That's your hot driver right now. Super good qualifying score. Just won a battle. Is he going to go up against Camacho? Rogachev? Or are they throwing Hurst back in there? Not sure what EDF is going to do, but Legacy Tandems is absolutely ready with Kobe Wells on the line, bringing his team back into contention to take out Escuco Drift family. But he's going to need to win 2 battles back-to-back to get it done.
Yeah, really excited to see who they decide to take on Kobe. But yeah, if you have a driver who is feeling super strong on a track, might as well.
I mean, Kobe's just riding momentum right now. Again, one of the best qualifying scores. Just won that battle. Not that it wasn't perfect, but just won that battle. Second highest qualifying score. Only second to your Nessus Jacobellis with a 93.7. So he's only 2 points off. It looks like it is going to be Kobe, and we're just trying to figure out who are they battling. Nobody from Escuco is moving right now. We have 4 Escuco members in the lobby right now. I believe Alex is the only one that's coaching.
Yeah, I did see all the drivers get out, and they're starting a rock, paper, scissors match. I think it's getting a little bit heated over there. Oh,
No, don't kick him. What are you kicking him for?
It looks like somebody.
That's his shin, dude. He needs that.
Goodness, man. Oh, it looks like we do have a driver up to bat. Looks like we have Alex Rogashev, or otherwise known as Alex Driftsomnia, here and getting ready to battle Kobe Wells in that S15. S15 versus S15 action. So we get ready for your run number 1 here. Can Kobe do it, dude? Can Kobe start the reverse sweep? I have full faith. Full faith.
We've only had 1 battle today, and it went 2-0. So this is your first third battle of the day. Kobe Wells in the chase in the black and purple and pink S15 leading. It's going to be Alex Rogachev for Escuco Drift family. Wider arc there for Kobe. Little bit of a shallow, but he's right on the door. There was a little lag spike there. I think he may have zeroed out. Not sure. Hard to tell with the latency issues. Definitely struggling in chase right now as Alex Rogachev. Nice and smooth. Super solid lead run. No real faults to be said from the Escuco driver in the lead. That is the first crack in the armor today that we've seen from Kobe Wells. Again, I don't know about... I know what you oohed at. I don't know how much of that was from lag or... because at least on my side, it chopped there for like a second. But the back half of the run definitely was... I don't know if he's got a ton of grip in that car and it just wasn't going fast enough or what, but was struggling there in the second half.
Yeah, I don't really know how to exactly call it. Nothing necessarily stood out right away. I'm trying to wait to see about maybe a replay or something like that. I don't know. It's kind of tough to call. But I'm not a judge. I'm just here. I'm an idiot screaming into a microphone on this beautiful Thursday or Saturday. Oh my goodness. You can really tell the zero sleep lately has been fun. But
shout out to Thursday.
Yeah, shout out
my favorite day of the weekend.
Was one of the most days of all time. I think yeah. All right, we're going to go ahead and rotate them around. Get him ready for your run number 2 here. So we have Alex. This time he'll be chasing with Kobe will be in the lead. So let's see what they can put together.
Kobe
Getting
obviously
every.
has 2 strong lead runs under his belt.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
We'll see if Alex can put the pressure on and Chase, try to force a mistake. One of the most days of all time. Yeah, you got that right.
Yep. All right, lights are going down. Drivers are through the chicane. Let's see what Kobe can throw here together. Great start as he initiates into that first zone, heading through that inner clip in second zone number 2. Alex really doing his. Ooh, I don't know, man. All right.
How are they still going?
This is insane. It must be some kind of lag that I don't know. I don't know how to call that. That was weird, man.
Yeah, that's gonna be. We need the spawns cam for that one for sure. It's hard to say because he did look like he got into the wall and then warped back in, but then went really wide. So, um, after that, it was just Alex trying to pick up the pieces and chase. Australia moment.
So unfortunate, man. I hate to see it. We're gonna check back in and see what happens during the replays, but
So normally, just for full disclosure, we have a monitor up here so we can watch the replays in real time. We do not have that today, so we're watching it with stream delay. But this is your second run here, Kobe. No, he gets into the wall, 100%. It looks like he gets into the wall, straightens out, gets hit again by Alex, and that's what gets him back to angle, and it all just happens so fast.
yeah, you can kind of see his trajectory too with this line. It's kind of maybe he's going into it a little bit too sharp instead of like his line is a little bit shallow, causing him to hit the wall.
Unless that's the most kangaroo moment of all time, but it's
Because I think the getting hit by the chase driver really saved him. Because now that you mention it, it makes sense. You can see how he's going a little bit shallow, bumping the wall, and then he gets hit back into angle.
yeah, he needed like 3 degrees more angle there. That's the thing about that wall is it's super committee,
Mm-hmm.
and it's a fast part of the track, so it's not like you're slowing down coming into it. So if you
Ah.
kind of choke up on angle, even if you're a little bit more shallow than you want to be, um, that can happen because you're going in a little bit faster. It changes your line into the corner. Um, but yeah, I wasn't sure there at first, but I see him bounce off the wall,
Yeah.
and that is going to be it, ladies and gentlemen. Unfortunately, it was really hard fought from Legacy Tandems. A great showing from a team that we have not seen in ESDA competition yet, but hopefully we get to see them again because that is unfortunately going to be it for their day. And Escuco Drift family taking the win over Legacy Tandems, and we'll be moving on. You want to talk about 2 teams that represent European sim drifting real well? Urta and Escuco will be battling to who gets in your final. But before we get there, we have 2 more battles in our top 8 here. It's Team Hashira against Hothead Racer by Racezone, and then Yellow Speed Esports against Rough Angels. Yeah, that was a really hard fight for Legacy Tandems. Great job from Kobe Wells to bring it back to 1-1, but that
Mm-hmm.
mistake is so easy to make.
Yeah, kind of unfortunate,
And you see our
but
bracket updated there now.
yeah, you can see Urta and Escuco making their way through. Urta looking really strong. Escuco is really up to the up for a battle. But one thing's for sure. This next battle I'm super excited for. Hashira versus Hothead Racing. One of my like those 2 teams have to be one of my favorite teams just to watch in battles. Those guys are just so aggressive. Both those teams combined. So really excited to see those 2 go at it.
They're both teams that can turn it up when the pressure's down. There's both
Mm-hmm.
teams with very, very stylish drivers on them.
Yeah, absolutely.
This really could go either way. And other than what we just saw, I mean, everybody's really close on points too. Like qualifying is qualifying. We'll see what track they end up going to, what drivers they end up choosing, because that's also important too. Like what tracks they end up picking, um, how they counter pick who goes against who. So that is all something that we're going to find out once we get into that third lobby. And we've seen Fuji today, we've seen Nürburgring today, and we've seen Daytona today. Will we see anything else from the ESDA roster? And I can't wait to see Escuco and Urta go against each other, especially they got kind of got the cobwebs blown out. Usually what happens in bracket, I'm not sure about teams, but when you're progressing in bracket in drift, usually the top 32 battle is always the hardest. So you don't want to go out early, put all that work in. So you put a lot of pressure on yourself as we are going back to Daytona.
Ew.
So the run back in the same server we were just in for my compatriots that aren't sure what server we're in. We're going back to exactly where we were. Again, Team Hashira, represented by some names you might recognize if you're an ESDA fan. Ethan Minima, Alex O'Hara, Liam Akihiko, and Damon Lapointe. Going to be going up against, talk about names you recognize. How could you not when they're small sentences? Thanawatwang Fubushin, Thanathip Thanalapinen, and Nafat Nutty, all out of Thailand, all on GR86s, representing Team Hothead Racer. All right, maybe I lied. Because as soon as I said, hey, connect to the server, everybody left. Everyone saw me show up and said, ew, gross, and then left.
Yeah, I think one of our drivers had like almost 400 ping. So trying to make sure that everybody is settled.
We might not be going back to Daytona, as it turns out. So there's 4 drivers in here now. And it looks like it's Nürburgring again. I'm going to join the server again this time and see if I get jailed. Nope, everyone's in here.
Let's go.
For now.
Loading up. Making sure everybody's here. In the meantime, dude.
We are missing, I think, 1 member from Hashira. We have Ethan and Liam. I think we just need either Alex or Damon. As they're warming up, getting ready. Again, we've already been here. This track is super, super unique. The uphill section is really tough.
Yep.
Blasting up the hill. And then when you come up that hill, you got to help you have your speed right. Because it's so tough to hit all those clips afterwards.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a lot of the tracks today are like, on paper, they look easy, but some things are really deceptive on these tracks, so. Right.
Whenever a track looks easy, for the most part, Frankie, it usually means it's judged very strictly as well.
Mm-hmm.
Whenever a track looks tricky or complex or technical, there's a lot more areas to make small mistakes. But when a track looks pretty self-explanatory, it's not 90% of the time. Good examples are here. Suzuka as well. I remember Silverstone from the old days where it's two corners, but you make any kind of mistake, you just lose.
Yeah.
So it's really, really tough, which really brings out the best in some of these drivers.
Yeah, I think we are getting everybody into the server. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I think everybody's here.
But yeah, just giving them a chance to go ahead and warm up here as we get ready for our third round of team battles here.
It does look like all the Hashira members are here. We do have Nolan, who is the coach, here out spotting. It says he's a coach. I'd call it a spotter more so in this context.
Yeah.
And we'll be able to figure out who is going up against who. Again, two teams already in the finals. Already in the final four, Urta and Escuco. We'll find out who joins them on the right side of the bracket. Okay, so we're almost right now. Yep.
I'm just making sure all of our drivers are ready here. I think we're getting some things figured out. Just the struggles of having drivers from all over the world in one server can be tough sometimes. So.
Yeah, again, we've seen this track before, but they've not driven this track today. Last minute. It's like, almost like sight lines. Just about ready to go here. I think that was our final reset. And who will be opening? All right. So for Hothead Racer, will be in the lead here. You Thanafit Thanalapinin? No, it's not. They're warming up still. My bad. Everybody reset, and then I saw a car leave. Went, okay, we're ready to go here now. Nope, not yet. Against stream's a bit different today. We had some 11th hour changes here in the last week. So wanted to make sure we did get a broadcast for you. We didn't want to do this offline. Stinky. So it is going to get a little chunky from time to time. We'll try and help you fill in the gaps if it does happen.
it is a new format, so we're just trying to figure things out kind of as we go. Have some fun today, you know, throw something together. Also, what's up, hon? My bad, dude. I just saw your message. That's my fault.
Probably stinky, so I'm or gross. I apologize.
It's okay. What's gross is playing on CarX still, bro.
Shots. Still warming up. It must be really cold.
Yep, they're just trying to rub the hands together, you know? Look at all the Hashira boys just kind of dancing around, dude.
What you're telling me is you now need to back up to the back. That's what I said. Yeah, normally it is our Swirly is in the judging booth for us today. He's stepped up and is filling the role of producer. It's not as easy as it looks, surprisingly. So we're doing what we can with what we've got today. And thank you everybody for understanding. Hope everyone's having a great Saturday out there. As holy moly, we might actually get some competition runs in.
Let's go, man.
I'm shocked. As I see a pink car, we have battles.
All right.
Ethan Minima is going to be representing Team Hashira, and it does look like Thanithip Thanalapanen is going to be representing Hothead Racer by Race Zone. So, if you do not recognize the half 8.6, half Supra leading, that is Ethan Minima for Team Hashira, and then Hothead Racer by Race Zone in the chase with Thanithip Thanalapanen in the gray and white GR86. Battle one of at least two, or group pair one of at least two. Winner of this battle scores a point for their team, 2 points to win. And here we go. Great start from Ethan Minima. Already going to open up a bit of a gap. Is Thanethip going to try and cut it down? No, but he does enter real fast and deep. Still a bit of a gap there. One tire off on the inner zone there for Thanethip. Then Lappinen grabbing just a bit of the outer zone. Swinging it left to right to left. Great angle from Ethan. Very minimal angle from Thanethip. Looking like he's struggling to either keep up or struggling to keep the car sideways. Is into the inner clip, grabbing a more rumble strip, and across the line is Thanethip and Ethan. Great lead from Ethan, what we're used to seeing from him. Thanethip, unfortunately, if I'm being honest, looked like every corner he was either struggling to keep the car drifting or struggling to keep up with Ethan Minima. So we're going to switch them around again. This is the first pair. Winner of this battle will score a point for their team. So Ethan is going to have to chase, which we've seen him do. He's our ESDA 2023 Rookie of the Year. We know he's got some chases in him. And Thanethip has put on some good lead runs as well. But he's going to need the lead run of a lifetime here. Not a 0 or anything super negative in chase from him, but definitely not what he was looking for.
Yeah.
As we ready for run number 2.
All right. Looks like we got Thanethip in the lead versus Ethan Minima in the chase. Let's see what they can throw together here. So you get ready for your run number 1 here. Make sure everybody is ready as we get our drivers up to the gate. What a beautiful day here, man. It's a great Saturday. Kind of chilling out. And the lights and the lights are down. And our drivers are out through the gate, heading down that straight. Look at the aggression.
Ethan!
Oh, yeah. I don't even know how to call that.
He did the same thing that Thanethip did. Too many T's. Did the same thing that Thanethip did, just worse. Huge gap open. Don't think he's zeroed there at all, but now he's going to have to get to the door, and he does. He needs some sort of major mistake from Thanethip, and I don't think he's going to get it.
Oh, I hate that. Unfortunate. But let's see what the judges do call on that. Like I said, they look easy, but these tracks are not, man. And all the drivers who are showing up today, without even having to practice all these tracks consistently, not knowing what you're going to run on, it's tough, man. It's tough.
Yeah, again, especially because all these are tracks that we've used before, but maybe not have used in months and months. The only thing they could have really done is practiced all 9 of them, and that's not incredibly realistic. No, it's just super easy to do there in turn 1. You got to push really hard in the entry, because if you don't, then the gap gets open. So if you're going to go too hard, then the gap just gets open more. Ethan dropped the... No, that's not Thunawat. Wrong hothead racer by Race Zone driver. Very funny joke. But yeah, you see he makes the same mistake in chase does Thanethip than Lappinen, but was able to keep it on a midline and didn't really drop that far behind. Unfortunately, he's not really filling outer zones. He's super shallow on angles, so I don't know if this is an OMT, because Ethan did make the bigger mistake initially, but I think the back half of his run was a lot cleaner. It may come down to almost lead for lead at this point, because both of their chases had pretty significant mistakes.
Yeah. Oh, looks like we are getting a word from our judges here.
So it is going to be an OMT, which doesn't really surprise me. So the battle, so nobody wins on that one. It is going to be an OMT. One judge thought that went to Ethan. Again, I see the argument, but I think that initial mistake was just too much. So we're going to run this back. Everything you just saw, ignore it. They both get a second chance. And here they go again. Ethan Minima for Team Ashira in the lead. Danithip Phenolapanen for Hothead Racer by Race on the tie driver. Put the pressure on. Making a little bit of contact. Pretty well did the exact same thing he did before, but was just able to keep it within proximity. Now here's where he dropped the battle before. Here's the reason I think this went into OMT. Was all of it through here. He's getting dropped back. He's missed 2 outer zones again. Way too far to the inside there. And unfortunately for him, a person who can put down a good lead run anytime, anywhere, is leading the charge right now for Team Hashira. And Ethan Minima has just made Danithip Phenolapanen's job a lot harder.
Yeah, that was insane. Love looking at that chase. It's the aggressive chase runs. The runs that are like, I got an OMT, like I'm offended now, you know? The whenever drivers get an OMT and it's like they throw in a run of their lives when they're just like, don't ever give me a one more time ever again, dude. It's so good. I love seeing chase runs like that. But one thing's for sure, I know Ethan is fully capable of having the same level of aggression in that chase run. So let's see what he can do here as we get them ready here for run number 2, as we have Thinahip at the line. I'm gonna actually like make a point to learn everybody's names, dude. I'm terrible at it.
Danithip Phenolapanen is as close as I've gotten. I get through it and then go,
Yeah, I'm at the point to where I'm just like, if I can get the first name, you know, I'm at least halfway there, or maybe 2/3 of the way there. But and they're off, man. The lights are off, heading through the chicane, going down the super long straight. Let's see what they can throw down. Ooh, maybe lag, maybe a little bump from Ethan, but I'm not completely sure. But one thing's for sure, Thanithip is really pulling away from Ethan. Ethan is going to have to make something happen here as he makes his way through the last half of the track. Right on his door, he's coming in, knocking, really trying to make space. Let's see what he can throw together going through the last turn. And Thanithip is pulling away a little bit, man, and that will be the end of your run number 2.
I think all Ethan really needed to do was have minimal mistakes there. And I think that's game, set, and match for Hashira here. I can't see, unless there's something huge there that I missed. You already see judges typing here as we take a look at the replays. I think that second run is really important.
Yeah, I wouldn't really know how to call this here. It's one of those things.
And that's going to be it. We have a winner for this first battle in this and first point. It will be Hashira and Ethan Minima, your 2023 Rookie of the Year, taking the first win for his team and putting the Hothead Racer by Race Zone team on the brink of elimination. Now, Liam Akihiko will be taking the reins for Hashira, trying to 2-0 and move on. And I have to imagine that Hothead Racer by Race Zone are going to play Thunny the Honey right now. I have to imagine that's the counterplay. But we'll see who ends up going up for them. It cannot be Thanithip, but it can still be Thunawat or Nafat Nutty. One of the two. As Liam is bricked up. He's ready to go.
Trying to get our second driver here. Let's see what happens.
And it's not going to be Thunawat. It will be Nafat Nutty.
Ooh.
So here we go. This is a must-win for Hothead Racer by Race Zone. If Hashira takes this one, they are moving on. To face the winner of our final top 8 battle.
All right.
So in the lead, in the Supra, is Liam Akihiko, Suzuya Auto Body. In the chase, Nafato-san, the Fat Nutty. For Hothead Racer by Race Zone. It's the Englishman versus the Thai driver here in Germany. Big gap already formed. Does he fall for the trap? He does not. Liam goes a little bit shallow, but the gap here is huge, and you're going to have to start seeing some sacrifices made by the chase driver, and you do. Cuts the first corner a little bit. He's going to miss that outer zone. Grabs that one. Now he grabs that one just a little bit. Again, shallow, trying to gain some sort of proximity, but Liam Akihiko, full 100% on the loud pedal. Statement made, and it is now going to come down to the Fat Nutty to see if he can match that lead run. He will need to pull something strong out of his back pocket.
Yeah, it's gonna be it'll be a tough one for our Hothead Racing driver. They're really gonna have to do something or pull something out crazy here in the lead run. As we get them ready and rotated around here for your run number 2. All right. We got Nefato in the lead versus Ethan Minima in the chase.
Nope. We just had Ethan.
Versus Liam in the chase.
Falling apart.
Oh no. Oh gosh. Okay. Getting ready for your run number 2. Let's see what happens. Getting everybody, make sure everybody's on the same page. And the lights are off through the chicane, down this super long straight. A lot of speed heading into that first zone. And they're flying in. Nefato is really going to try and do whatever he can.
That's it.
I hate to see that, man.
It's really going to be difficult now to see where that's going to go.
Yeah,
Nafat went really wide. But...
I don't even know if like how you can call that. You know.
Well, as with all zeros, it's going to depend on who had caused the contact. I don't think Nafat's chase was... I don't think Nafat's chase was a 0. It definitely had a lot left to be desired, but I don't think it was a 0.
Yeah, we are going through the replay right now. See what happens.
So the only argument I see for Hashira here is that Nafat went really wide and just was parking, like wasn't going very quickly in the second half of the course. You are seeing run number 1 right now. Well, what you can see of it.
Yeah. All right, looks like we are getting a decision from our judges. Looks like all 3 unanimous are picking Hothead, so right now it's going to be Hashira 1, Hothead 1. We're going to go into a round 3 to whoever decides. See what happens. We already have somebody from Hashira up to bat, Damien. See who's coming up for Hothead Racing. So we get ready for our run number 3.
Yep, so that is going to be 1 apiece. This is now winner take all. The winner moves on. So Damon representing Hashira already on the line. Who will be representing Hothead Racer? I have to imagine they play the Thunawat card now.
Mm-hmm.
I believe in the 3rd. Yeah, here comes Thunawat. So I believe in the 3rd battle, they can use the same driver again. We saw that earlier. But here we go. Thunawat Wangfuishin, Thunny the Honey, going to be leading. Damon giving chase. And here we go. We're not wasting any time. Winner take all. Thunawat Wangfuishin is going to be in the lead in the GR86. Chasing in the Supra will be Hashira's very own Damon Lapointe. Only 1 driver can move on. Will it be the tie driver? Or will it be the driver from T. Hashira? And 1 battle apiece. Both these drivers have not battled today. And here they go. Thunawat Wangfuishin in the lead. Damon Lapointe in the chase. Almost getting contact there on initiation. So Damon going a little bit shallow, but it might pay off for him long term. You've seen so many cars get gapped so early. Really early transition there from Damon as Thunawat Wangfuishin was waiting in the shadows, had not battled, was the 3rd driver, kind of trying to come in clutch. Big mistake there from Damon, really snappy transition, had to straighten the car out quite a bit. Losing time now to Thunawat, and Thunawat Wangfuishin going to power across the line. It is not over yet, but is almost the exact opposite of what happened last time, where the Fat Nutty was making some mistakes in chase and couldn't really gather it up and was really trying to catch the lead driver. And now it's the opposite, where the Hashira drivers, I think, are on the back foot now.
Yeah, I agree with you here. There's so much aggression coming from our Hothead Racing drivers that they're showing up today, man. And I love to see it. Good drifting. So we're going to go ahead and rotate them around. This time Damien will be leading, with Thunny is going to be in the chase position. Yeah. So.
No, you got it.
Yep. Yeah. I'm going to figure it out, man. This season's going to be the first. So.
Dude, Thun number 1. That's my guy.
Thun number 1. Hell yeah. So let's get the boys ready. And lights are going off. They are off. Heading through the chicane, barreling down this straight. See what Damien can throw together. As I think I agree with you. He just has a little bit of a misstep. He's really gonna have to put everything into this lead run, and he is. But Thunny diving in to keep space in between the two. And Damien really doing his best to try and stay as clean as possible. Thunny really making a lot of pressure, or putting a lot of pressure on him as he dips in and out of his door. But Damien is going to do his best to stay as consistent as possible as he figures out his run number 2, or finishes out his run number 2.
So I think I saw Thunawat drop a tire on that inner clip there at the end. I don't know if it was in the dirt, but I really think he can stay consistent there, not making any major mistakes. And yes, a tire drop normally would be pretty big, but because we don't have the advantage of all these drivers having so much practice this week, unless you practice every track, is who can adapt fastest wins. And again, I'm watching the replay back. We have a little bit of delay from what we're seeing to when you see it. But Thunawat, that last hairpin really does cut it tight, but I don't think anywhere else it was as shaky as Damon LaPointe. So by that logic, judges just doing their due diligence here.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we missed something. So here's that chase run from Hashira and Damon LaPointe. This is what I think they're probably trying to compare it to, because I don't see Thunawat make any major mistakes in his lead. Real shallow there. You can see big mistake on the long right-hander going into the slower technical section, which would be about the first corner on the GP course.
Yeah, just tough whenever ping is an issue. Oh.
And there we go, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be it for Hashira. Thunawat Wangfuishin coming in clutch for his team and taking down your number 2 qualifier. That is Hothead Racer by Race Zone, moving on into the Final 4. And we only have one more battle left to go in the top 8. Yellow Speed Esports, your number 3 qualifier, is going to be going up against Rough Angels, the Japanese team, who is your number 6 qualifier.
Yeah, man, the upset. Insane.
Really well done by Hothead Racer. They're going to have a mountain to climb, though. Their job is not over. We have one more set of battles left to go before we reach our final 4, ladies and gentlemen. Where will they battle? Who will be battling? We'll find out when we get back as our team event here of the 2024 ESDA offseason continues when we return.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back for your round 4. We have Team Yellow Speed versus Rough Angels. Giving our drivers a chance to go ahead and warm up. It looks like we have everybody in the server. Gonna get them lined up at the gate for your run number 1. See who is it gonna be.
I think they're just finishing off the rest of the last of their practice runs here. Again, this is our last of our top 8 battles. Then we get into our final 4, where Yellow Speed going to be going up against Rough Angels.
Mm-hmm.
Our light is at the gate, so who is starting? We're going to have Takuma Fujimoto going to be representing Rough Angels first. Maybe. He's the one that's pulled up the farthest.
All right, Samuel Guns getting up to the gate with Takuma Fujimoto.
And we are at Fuji, going to be the home track for the Japanese team, as well as the track everybody qualified on. So that negates that advantage. This is the track with the most seat time that they all have today. We are ready to go. Takuma Fujimoto in the white Corolla is going to be chased by Samuel Guns, representing Yellow Speed Esports. See if we can make it happen in the chase position. There they go. Takuma in the lead. Samuel Guns in the chase. Bit of a gap opened already from Fujimoto. Samuel going to try and push in the chase position, but just kind of leaving a gap. I think this could be the latency issues. Onto the door of Takuma Fujimoto. Really trying to get close to him now, but just kind of can't make it happen. Really early dip from Fujimoto there and across the line. I don't know if it was as laggy for you, Frankie, as it was for me. But
yeah, it's like
I'm
I was
at
saying.
143 right now.
Yeah, like I was saying earlier, it's just a little bit of a bummer dealing with PC issues in this sport. Yeah, it was Samuel Guns was kind of everywhere for me. It was just like even through transitions, he was just kind of like PowerPoint presentation transitions through the track. So
yeah, it was not excellent.
Yeah, it's kind of a bummer, but is what it is. We roll with the punches over here. You know, like I said, we are testing out a new format to figure things out. So I'm already liking this. I think we should bring stuff like this back. It makes it fun, you know, a little bit different compared to just watching a top 32 on a Saturday, you know? So
there's definitely some kinks we're going to have to iron out, but yeah, I'm with you on that one. It's cool to see the team format back. Adds a whole other dynamic to it.
Yeah, so we are going to have Takuma this time leading with Samuel in the chase from Yellow Speed Racing. And they're off through the chicane, heading down the straight. Samuel, gray initiation flying through Takuma. Looks like he's just trying to hold on as they go through the first and second zones. Going into this huge, man, this track it's really all speed full out. Just trying to hold on to each other as they hold on to proximity. Takuma, though, has been dropping shallow quite a bit throughout this track as he tries to keep up with Samuel. That will be the last of your run number 2.
Takuma was able to get much more proximity to Samuel than Samuel was to Takuma, but had to sacrifice some clips to get there.
Yeah, it's. I have to see how the judges do determine how to call that here as we go into. go in through to our next battle.
And we do have a decision. And I guess the judges, even though there was a little bit more proximity from Takuma Fujimoto in the chase position, I think he had to sacrifice way too much to get it, because that is going to be a win for Samuel Guns and Yellow Speed Esports. 1 on the board for Yellow Speed Esports. And none of their cars are yellow. I feel like I'm being lied to. So that is 1 on the board. 1 more win, and they will be the final team to join the Final Four. As on the line, we now have in the sister car for Yellow Speed Esports, Damian Rosario up against what looks to be Seiya Ito in the Supra. So it's going to be a little bit easy to tell them apart. Thank you to Rough Angels for not everyone driving S15s. So that would be Damian in the S15 on your left. And in the white Supra, in the leading position, to be Seiya Ito. And we are ready to go, just waiting on the drivers. And there we go. This is the second battle of your final group in the top 4. Really big jump from the Supra of Ito. You're going to see big cut in the track there coming from Damian, just trying to get to him. Ito nice and smooth in the lead position. Going to make a mistake. He's going to grab the wall almost. Big slowdown though. Slight tap from Damian. Going to go slightly wide. Damian now falling. Oh, where is Damian going? And yeah, he's going to have to shut that one down. I have no idea what happened to him there. It looked like he had it. Door got opened up by Ito in the lead position. Just transitioned way too early. It's almost like he got lost in the smoke.
Yeah. Not quite sure what happened.
So all Ito has to do now is just get a run in, and that'll be 1 apiece.
And they're going to go ahead and line up they're going to go ahead and line up again. Get ready for their run number 2. This time Damian will be in the lead and Saito will be in chase. Damian is either going to have to pull something crazy out or it's going to be a pretty easy run for Saito.
Seiya Ito could still overdrive tier 2. Anything's still happening.
All right. As they initiate into that zone, or the inner clip number 1, looks like Saito's going to play it safe for the most part, kind of just creeping up in proximity. Damian really trying to do whatever they can, make every single zone as perfect as possible to impress the judges as he makes his way through the track. Not a lot of angle, but just trying to pull away, and this is an inner clip and kind of off into the deep part of that last zone, and that will be your run number 2.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to be enough for Damian to come back. There was a lot of separation there, but I think that one's going to go to Rough Angels. And we're already having, I think, a judging call come in.
Yeah, as we look through the replays, you can kind of determine who's on top here, or at least which team is.
And yep, that's it. Rough Angels going to be evening up the score One apiece. Sudden death overtime. Winner take all. Who will be representing both teams? Samuel Guns with the win for Yellow Speed, and Seiya Ito winning for Rough Angels. So Daiki Ishikawa is the only driver that has not driven yet for Rough Angels. And representing Yellow Speed, Dominic Kirley is also sitting and waiting to go.
Yeah, just waiting for our drivers to get up to the line here as we get ready for our third round for the last part of our bracket here before we get into our top 2 or top 4 situation.
And we will have those two drivers that have not driven before. So Daiki Ishikawa, very strong driver in ESDA, going up against a name that we have not seen in ESDA competition before in Dominic Kirley. Only one of these drivers can move on and take the last spot in the Final Four of our first ever Assetto Corsa Teams event. Not going to be a good start for Daiki unless he goes to the restart. He doesn't. Asleep on the line. So all the Yellow Sport driver in the lead needs to do, all Dominic really needs to do is just put a good lead run in. Huge separation with Daiki Ishikawa right now. Completely missing that outer zone, trying to gain some time back, grabbing the curb there, and he's going to straighten out because of that weight transfer. And again, all Damien needs to do is just smoothly go across the line, and that is advantage Yellow Speed Esports heading into the second run.
Yeah, even without that straightening, it's pretty non-existent chase, as you can see throughout this first run. Oh, kind of unfortunate. That's whenever whenever you have the advantage to go ahead and take the restart, might as well just take it, you know?
Yeah, that's just, you don't think about it in the moment sometimes, and a lot of people don't want to be that person. Like, oh, I don't want to go for the restart, but like, the battle was over before, well, the run was over before it even started, so we just need to get these two switched up.
Mm-hmm. So they make their way back to the starting line. This time we'll have Daika in the lead position, with Dominique in the lead. Or in the chase, I meant.
It's same thing. It's fine.
Yeah, it was kind of.
And run number 2, here we go. Again, winner of this battle will be moving on to face Hothead Racer by Race Zone in the Final Four.
All right. See if we can get our drivers ready. Everybody up at the line. Get them ready for your run number 2 here. And lights are going down. Our drivers are through the chicane. And they're off. Daiki in the lead with Dominique in the chase. Ooh, almost lost it there. Dominique having to fall back a lot. Almost made a little contact there, but he's able to kind of fix his way through it. Daiki is gonna have to make something big happen, but unfortunate, losing a lot of angle there, kind of making it tough for the chase driver as they make their way through the track. A little bit of a waveriness and shaking. I don't know if I can call that either between either driver. Yeah.
Hard to say because there was lag too, and I think that big straighten was because of lag contact. They weren't really all that close, and then all of a sudden the front end just washed out. Really hard to tell, but no zeros. So, Yeah, you see good initiation from the 13 Yellow Speed Esports machine, but right here, yeah, I don't think they touched. Like, obviously that lead car was hit, but I don't think they touched.
Yeah, it was.
I don't know if that's big enough to counteract the chase from Daiki. You see there's huge separation there. And it's not. Yellow Speed's going to be moving on into your final four. Unfortunately for Rough Angels, an excellent showing. The best I think they've driven in a long time
Mm-hmm.
is not going to be good enough. Yellow Speed taking down Rough Angels and moving on into your final four. Your final four is set. Urta, Escuco, Hothead Racer, and Yellow Speed Esports. So we will get that second part of your finals set up, or your final four set up. Get all those drivers in, ready to go. Figure out where they're driving, who they're driving against, and be back with you when we return in the ESDA Teams event here in the off season for 2024. Once again, keep your eyes peeled in this space going forward. We have a lot of cool stuff to announce before the season gets started. But we'll see you when we begin our final four right after this. All right, everybody, welcome back. This is going to be your first set of battles. Your top 4. This is the left side of the bracket. We are at Drive Center in Sweden. I've not been here yet today. It was a great round in our ESDA 2023 season. We're going to get to see it all over again. ESDA Esports against the Skuko Drift family. We are just finishing warm-ups. They got about 60 seconds or so left to go. So it looks like, well, we might even be ready to go here right now. As Alexander, or Bettina Sostreka on the line in the BMW, going up against Alexander Mitet in the S15 for a Skuko Drift family. Skuko Drift going to be in the chase. ESDA Esports in the lead position. This is the first battle of this team event. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Only one of these teams can make it to the finals. Big gap already for Martina Sostreka as Alexander's trying to close it. He's going to touch that curb a little bit. The gap's only opening even more. Martinez Ostreka, loud pedal buried firmly into the firewall of that BMW. Big angle coming into this last hairpin. Pushed up on the outside zone. You're going to see Alexander have to sacrifice so much just to gain proximity there right at the end. He did get there. As I am now alone in the commentary booth. Frankie having to step out. Take some baby photos. Imagine procreating with a woman. Me never. On the real though. Congrats, Frankie. Better at least show us those baby pictures. As we get these two back to the line to switch positions. Martinez, because he has a lot of speed, I'm nervous for him on chase now. Usually when you see a car that gripped up, it's really difficult for them to be able to chase smoothly. As now they are switching positions. So Martinez Ostreka in the chase position. And now in the lead. Alexander Mitet. Here they go. And here they go. Martinez with a huge jump. When the light went green. Ended up all working out. Coming into turn number 1 here. Drive Center Sweden. No angle from the lead car, but Martinez has the same issue. Ends up getting it back together without a big zero. You see Martinez able to put the pressure on that lead vehicle of Alexander Mitet. Trying to get Alexander to make any sort of mistake. Not going to happen. Nice and smooth from the Skuko Drift driver, but because of the gap formed on run number 1, I think that might be point to ESDA Esports. Solid job from Martinez Ostreka there. Solid job in the lead position from Alexander. So I think it is going to come down to their chases, though there was a big straighten. It wasn't a zero from Martinez. There wasn't a big straighten. It wasn't a zero, and I do think that Alexander was making the same mistake in the lead position as well. Let's take a look at the replays here. And this first one's kind of, it's important to the overall story, but not as relevant to that second one. It's going to be down to whether they thought Martinez's straighten was an independent mistake. From what I was seeing, it looked like Alexander was going shallow, so Martinez tried to match it and almost lost the front end of the car. As you see the second run here. This is the important one of the two. See him just kind of drop it, but he keeps it in drift. me see what the judges think. And that's GG. That second run's going to be the one to do it. Urta takes point number 1 and puts Escuco on the brink of elimination. So Martinez Ostreka, first battle of the day for him, gets a win for his team. And now we see who goes up next. There are still 3 available drivers for Escuco Drift. And 2 drivers from Urta, Ernestus, and Darius. Again, remember, Ernestus' highest qualifying score this morning with a 91. Was the only driver, I believe, in terms of quali scores to break into the 90s. 93, sorry. And Legacy's Kobe Wells was also broke into the 90s. So one of the 2 drivers that broke into the 90s, the only one who's still that's in the 90s, that was at Fuji. Now, we're at Drive Center. Again, unique format today. So here we go again. Ernestus Yakubelis, the ace of Team Urta today, going up against Daniel Camacho for Escuco Drift Family. This is a must-win for Escuco, or they will be knocked out of the tournament. And here they go. Ernestus in the lead. Good initiation from Ernestus. A little bit shallow from Daniel. You're going to see him come on the left foot brake there to try to not run over Ernestus. But because of that line, gap's going to open. Going to have to skip that clipping point. Ernestus went a little bit wide, but Daniel got into the door. It is all over in the chase position now for Daniel Camacho. Going to need to just end this solid, and that's not the way he's going to want to end it. He's going to need a minor miracle, but we've seen it already today. Again, whether it's for better or for worse, a lot of the Urta guys really don't know how to be conservative. All they know is 100% all the time, which is why they're so successful. But sometimes it does come back to bite them. So we'll see if Ernestus can just turn it down from 100 to like 95, because he's going into this second run with a major, major advantage. And just not quite sure what happened with Camacho in the chase, but they're going to switch him up. Will Urta be taking down Escuco in the sweep? Or can Escuco stay alive and go to the third and final round in the left side of our top 4? We still have Hot Head Racer and Yellow Speed to go on the right side of the bracket. And here we go. And Camacho in the lead. Ernestus almost running him over on initiation, but like I said, but keeps it clean. There must have been less than a foot in between the front of that yellow S13 and the back of the black S15. Backing it off just a bit now is Ernestus Yakubelis. Still keeping it sideways, though. All 4 tires on the track. Big angle coming into the hairpin from Daniel Camacho, but it is not going to be enough. Ernestus Yakubelis keeps it clean, and unless something major was missed there in between both of those runs, I think Urta Esports is going to be 2 up and 2 down, and that should be the sweep from the Lithuanians. And Seller driving from both today. Unfortunately, all it costed was 1 mistake. You're seeing the replay from the second run here. Look at Ernestus, just how close he gets on initiation there. I think he had a moment where he's like, hey, I got an advantage here. I don't need to run the door. All I need to do is not wreck and be somewhat there in terms of proximity. So the risky play on the start to get close so he can back off a little bit throughout the run. Very smart. And kind of missing a little bit of that last outer clip, but still getting the tire into the yellow, which if you remember, what you're about to see, the chase run from the Escuco driver. This was not there. Yeah, Ernestus just turning on the Jets in the first sector of the chorus. And that is a 2-0 victory. It is official. Can't tell you, I'm entirely surprised to tell you that Urta Esports is in your finals for our first ever team single elimination here, which means Iskuko will be battling it out for third place. Have to double check if there is a third place battle or not, or if it's down to qualifying. Should be a battle. And on the right side of the bracket, we'll have Hothead Racer against Yellow Speed Esports. So Iskuko not down out of it yet. Still have a chance to make the podium and be one of the top 8 teams of the day. But we'll find out who is battling them in just a moment after we find out the winner between the tie team of the Hothead Racer by Race Zone and Yellow Speed Esports, who are on a roll. Both of them really tough fights in their top 8 battles. Both going to overtime, both going to the third battle. Nobody's gotten a sweep on the right side of the bracket yet. They're going to have to hang in there and keep fighting to see who gets the privilege to try and take down Urta Esports, who have swept twice. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back as soon as we have that right side of the bracket ready for you. Do not go anywhere. right, everybody, welcome back to the right side of your bracket. The final of our final four. It'll be Hothead Racer by Racezone going up against Yellow Speed Esports, back again at Drive Center. So no change of venue on this one. 2 minutes until we send cars. Again, both these teams have not had a sweep in the bracket today. They're both probably looking for a way to easy street into the finals. But I don't think that's going to happen. Two very evenly matched teams as well. Your number 2 and your number 3 seed fighting to see who goes against your number 1 seed. And really quick, if you have not been familiarized with these teams before, representing Hothead Racing, going to be Thanawat Wangfushin, Nafat Nutty, and Thanafip Thanalapanen going up against Yellow Speed Esports, being represented today by Samuel Guns, William Holloway, Damian Rosario, and Dominic Kierley. So they are just getting ready to go here. I think that's their final reset. As we have, I think that's Samuel pulling to the track. So Samuel will be representing Yellow Speed Esports. And who will he be going up against? Nobody from Hothead Racer has moved yet. And we now have a challenger. Thanafip Thanalapanen trying to make it happen for Hothead Racer. Going to be going up against Samuel Gunnan. Samuel will be in the chase. And Thanafip will be leading. Both these drivers want to start their day off right, start their team off right, to see who can make it into the finals. It would mean a ton for both of them. As both are lined up, ready to go. Again, Thanafip is going to be in the lead in the GR86 in that black and silver machine. In the chase position, Samuel Guns representing Yellow Speed Esports. Samuel not happy with his start. Going to opt for the reset. And that is a rule within ESDA's rule set. If you feel like you do not get a good jump, hit the brakes before a determined period, which he did. And Thanafip got the message as well, so he's going to turn around. I hope. I thought he was back there. Yeah, there he comes. Saw the little proximity arrow. I'm like, oh, cool. He saw it. He did. It just took a minute. Whipping it around. And here we go. Attempt number 2. This first battle on the right side of your bracket. Thanafip Thanalapanen against Samuel Guns. Great start from both this time. Samuel actually has to get on the brake and give Thanafip some room, and then he clobbers him. And clobbers him again. This is a drift battle, not a fist fight, my friend. So that's going to be a huge deduction for Samuel Guns off the rip. Thanafip just trying to recover. Ended up getting it back together for the second half of this run. Early transition there from Samuel, trying to put some proximity on to Thanafip Thanalapanen. I don't think Thanafip did a thing wrong there at first glance. I think Samuel was just overthinking it, was trying to make sure there was no gap on that first corner. It is a very, very fast track. So the closer he is in proximity at the start, the more proximity he can put on, but just threw it in there. So let's see what happens when they switch positions. Obviously, the judges and the replays will be the tail of the tape there, but just looked like he ran him over. So position switched. Now Now Samuel will be in the lead, Thanethip in the chase. And here we go, run number 2. I think all Hothead Racer needs just a clean chase run, nothing super aggressive. But has to be in the conversation. Great start from both. Samuel needs the lead run of his life. He's able to do it. Oh, Thanethip trying to keep that car still in drift. Big angle from Samuel Guns is really all he can do. And try and force some sort of mistake from the chase driver. Really sloppy in chase, but no zeros, nothing huge. And across the line, so it's going to come down to who was at fault for the contact. Did Thanethip slow down unexpectedly? Or was Samuel Guns just a little bit too itchy on the trigger finger? And just barely keeping that car drifting was Thanethip in chase. Take a quick look at our replays here from our spawns cam. Again, huge addition to our media team in 2023. Yeah, I don't know how else to slice that. At least from that angle, it just looked like Samuel just got excited. And you saw how close he was trying to be on his start. Kind of skip that outer zone a little bit and just came in a little bit too shallow and too hot. Judges just doing their due diligence, making sure they look it over. Which is the right thing to do. And unfortunate. And, oh, he went to the wrong chat. Okay. I was like, wait, we may have a judging call here, but nope. And just making sure we have our due diligence done. And judges get all the angles. All the angles they need. And it looked like a straighten, but I don't think it was a complete straighten. It definitely straightened out in the chase, but I don't think it was a total straighten. I guess it was. All 3 judges saying one more time. So Samuel gets a second chance at that chase. And Thanethip gets a second chance at his chase as well. Both drivers just totally dropping the ball on chase. Didn't think that they had straightened out on chase, but I guess as all 3 judges voting one more time. Ready to go here. Again, Hothead Racer in the lead position. Both these teams have fought so hard today. And here we go. Thanethip in the lead. Thanethip Vanalapanen in the lead. Out of Thailand. Much better initiation from both drivers, actually. Nice and tight from Thanethip, and no contact this time from Samuel. Could have been a little bit more on the door, but that proximity just... Oh, and he gets into him again! I think Thanethip may have over-rotated before the contact. Really kind of hard to tell. We'll have to check the spawn cam on that one when we do go to the replays. And Samuel... Samuel just doesn't like him, I guess. He's just not a Thanethip fan. It's hard to tell from that run, but Looked like Thanethip was slowing down just a little bit to get to that inner clip, and Samuel was just not doing that. So we'll have to check that in the replay, but now it's Thanethip's turn. So this is what I think pushed it to an OMT, was Samuel making a mistake in his chase, and Thanethip, not sure if he just got nervous or there's a setup issue with that car and chasing, but whatever happened last run, he's going to need to get that out of his head. Don't think it's as clear-cut as the last contact, but definitely should be thinking long game here, playing it a little bit safe, but still being well within attack range. Lights are on, and here we go. Horrible start for Samuel. I'm not sure if Thanethip had just jumped the hell out of it, but looked like Thanethip went on the light to me, but it's different on everybody for every side. But yeah, Kaiju, Samuel just not even getting a move on there. And we're going to try that one again. And down the pipe they go. Now this time, Samuel got a huge jump, and Thanethip didn't get a good run. So they're going to reset again. I'm wondering now if we get... I don't think we've ever had a 3 strikes and you're out in ESDA before. But that's 2 resets now. I think technically one each. Let's get it right this time, fellas. Yeah, Samuel just shot out like a cannon that time. Not sure if Thanethip wasn't expecting it or was trying not to get as much of a jump as he did the first time, but there he goes. He gets a little bit of a jump now. There we go. Good start from both. Thanethip knows what's on the stake here. Great initiation from Samuel. Not getting the outer zone is Thanethip, but that's okay. Man, he's really struggling to keep that car sideways behind Samuel, which is so peculiar because that car's so much speed in the chase. You can hear him pedaling it. Great angle from the lead position. Good proximity in chase. Oh, and then there's contact right at the end. And I think that Thanethip had not a guaranteed win, but it's certainly looking like it was in Hothead Racers' court. And that car just did not want to rotate. I think just too much rear grip in that GR86. You'll see it on the replay. But they just did not... I don't know if he just didn't flick the car aggressively enough or if it just didn't go as much as he expected it to. But right into the door of Samuel Guns. And when you hit in the front end like that, there's not a whole lot you can do as a driver to save the car. So I think it was going to be a close judging call, but unfortunately... Samuel's little taps, I don't think, are going to be as bad as pushing a car totally off course. And it's down to the judges. Now that I look at the spawns cam, too, that first piece of contact is definitely not as clear-cut as it looked at first. The second one was just Samuel being a stinker, but... And this is the important one. Again, it just looks like Thanethip just struggling to keep that car sideways. Ton of speed in that machine, but that's the price you pay. And then just not getting the rotation on the flick. Contact being made. We have a judging call on the way in now. Again, I think it's just going to come down to that contact. And who is at fault? Seems like there is a winner. I do have two different cars pulling up to the line here now. So there's a novel being typed in the judging chat right now, but your next battle going to be Dominic Kierley leading or chasing for Yellow Speed Esports. And then Thudawat Wongfuwishin, Dunny the Honey, coming off the bench, trying to even it up. And that will be Yellow Speed with their first battle win. So confirm that is the win. So this is a must-win battle for Hothead Racer. Gap opening up right now for Thunawat Wongfuwishin. Definitely looks like Dominic is struggling to keep up with them. Onto the door, and yep, straightens out just a little bit. It's almost the exact opposite of what happened in that first battle. We'll get a better look of it when we get to replays at the conclusion. But not a bad job from Thunny. And he's going to need to push hard here. This team is on the brink of elimination. They could be fighting for first, or they could be fighting for the win. As the second run of this battle, again, this is a must-win for Hothead Racer. Tail of the tape, Thunawat, good lead. Just inconsistent chase from Dominic. Not a bad chase, just inconsistent. Caught up, fell behind, caught up, fell behind. Thunawat just going, nope, I didn't get a good run there at all. And trying that one again. Again, must win for Thunawat Wongfuwishin. Definitely has the advantage going into this second run. But I think that S15 is going to be more comfortable in the lead position, and if this is set up anything like his teammates, this car is almost too fast for its own good. Here we go. Dominic in the lead for Yellow. Again, there you go. Not getting the angle. Thunawat Wongfuwishin. That car's wheelbase and its grip level just looks like it's not comfortable running low angles. Really good job. Maybe a little bit wide there on that inner clip from the Yellow Speed Esports driver. Thunawat having to skip an outside zone. Not making the same mistake his teammate made, but there you go. Exact same thing that happened in his chase. Big angle in the hairpin for Dominic Kierley, and then straightening out just a little bit, going over the line. I think we were entering OMT territory, and then after that, it's going to be hard to say. I'm going to come down to that second run, I think. And I think we already have a decision. And the theme of the day stays consistent. As I think we're already getting ready to send our next battle. Which should be enough to tell you. I mean, I haven't seen it from the judges yet, but it is 1 apiece. Thunawat was able to keep it even. We are going to the third battle once again. Neither of these teams have been able to get a sweep today. So it is going to be Nafat Nutty leading for Hothead Racer. And Damian Rosario from Yellow Speed Esports is going to be in the chase. This is a winner-take-all battle. The winner moving on to the finals. And here we go. Big entry by Nafat. Damien really has no answer, but Nafat's going to be wide now. Door open for Damien to be able to put pressure on. I think that change in line helped him miss that outside zone of Damien, but both of them have reset now. A little bit of contact on Nafat from Damien, just a little bit too aggressive in his chase. Trying to pour some pressure on, a little bit of an over-rotation there from Nafat. Damien had to choke up some speed. Not the cleanest run from both. As they walk back around, they drive back around to switch positions. Big run for both these guys now. So Nafat's going to have to put some pressure on. And Damien is going to have, Rosario is going to have to be put, yep, and then he goes for the restart. Just not getting a good jump. So much wheel spin out of these GR86s. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, okay, he reset. I was like, why did he disappear? He just reset. That's fine. Everything's fine. I panicked for nothing. It's all good. So, not sure why he reset there. I don't know if there's lag or... And they'll both take tires. And let's try that one again. And this is the second run of the winner-take-all battle between these two teams. Great jump from the Fat this time. But it does not get the initiation, but mistake in the lead as well from Damien. Not getting that inner clip, but I don't think it's going to matter as long as he gets to the line. He misses that inner clip again. It's just all spaghetti in this run. So much pressure on both of these teams. They want to make the finals. Nafat finally getting to the door, but is it too little, too late? That initiation pretty well put the nail in the coffin out of the gate. It's like these cars are set up just a little bit too stiff. They don't rotate when the drivers want to turn them in, all three of them. And who will be taking the win here now? Again, whoever wins this will be moving on to the final to face Urta Esports. The loser will be able to face Escuco in the battle for third place. Damien, if he gets away with this one, he missed both inner clips, not by much. But luckily for him, that chase vehicle was in another area code. As the judges are going to look this one over. And a lot to talk about on both sides. Because Damien, you saw that in his lead, missed the inner clip, totally messed up his line. Ended up missing an outer zone. And then here's Nafat's lead. Where he misses that first outer zone, or first inner zone. And I think he's clean for the rest of it. Both of these dudes just pushing as hard as they can. Oh, he actually went off course there a little bit. Did Nafat in his lead. Hard to tell, but it would make sense. Looked like he went just a little bit wide. Maybe not as obvious as it looked at first glance. Because yes, Nafat does blow turn 1. And I don't know if Damien just saw it in his mirror and got, oh my god. And then that's when you start making mistakes way too fast into the second inner clip. Hits the outer zone way too early. One tire off after. There is a world where the judges deem it about even. I think it's either yellow speed or OMT here at this point. If Hothead wins this, it'll be close. Super hard fought on the entire right side of the bracket today. It is not unanimous. One judge voting OMT. The reason for the call: yellow speed missing inner and touch and go. Both contacts cancel each other out. Hothead with less deductions slightly. Both drivers with a tire off each. Slight advantage. And it was slight to Hothead Racer. Going to be moving on in a nail biter to take on Urta Esports in the final. Again, I think if it was the back half of the chase, of the lead, because Nafat's lead was, other than the first corner, was great. Nothing wrong with it at all. Both of their chases had issues. And as soon, I don't know if Damien just looked in his mirror and got excited, and unfortunately, because it was over in turn 1, and then Damien unfortunately just went a little bit wide on that first inner clip. And then going wide on the second inner clip just set him up so poorly for the back half of the track. And that one tire off course, I think, sealed the deal. Because if there was a tire off in Nafat's lead, which would explain why they said both tire drops cancel each other out, that was a tough call. And for me, that was, if I was a judge out there, that would have been, I can't even think of it. So, Hothead Racer, I don't want to say with the upset, but at the beginning of that run, they were out of it. Number 7 seed, going to be moving on to take your number 1 seed of Urta Esports. Yellow speed is not done, though. They're going to be going up against Escuco. I believe that should be next to see who will be finishing 3rd place. So if you want to find out who stands on the podium of our first ever 2024 ESDA preseason team event, make sure to stay tuned because we'll be back in just a few brief moments. All right, everybody, welcome to the bronze match. Escuco Drift Family against Yellow Speed Esports. Both of them going out in super hard-fought battles. Wanting to take the last step on the podium. The Escuco Drift Family once again represented by Will Hurst, Alex Rogachev, Daniel Camacho, and Alexander Matet. Going up against, as you just saw, Yellow Speed Esports, Samuel Guns, William Holloway, Damian Rosario, and Dominic Corrali at the first time for the day, Mugello International Circuit. Talk about tracks that have a ton of history. I remember winning my first battle on this track in Forza Motorsport 2. Shout out to everybody in the chat with backache. So we're just going to see who's going up against who first. And this is your third place battle. Normally, we withhold who finishes where till we get to do the podium, but because first, second, and third are all going to be in different servers, I think we are just going to announce third place, then we'll play the funny game with the winner. All right. So it is Will Hurst, the Canadian, who is going to represent Escuco Drift Family, going up against Damian Rosario for Yellow Speed Esports. Yellow Speed is going to be chasing Escuco, leading as they were the higher of the two seeds. This is for the last step of the podium. Hurst firing down the pipe. Big angle from Hurst. Tire on the curb. But no angle from Hurst in the second part of the course. That's going to open up a gap. Coming around to the back half of the course. Big, huge separation. As we don't have track cameras here, so I think it will just be drone camera footage. And you see the huge gap opened up. Don't really think Will did anything wrong there. So waiting on Damien to pull up to the line here. There he is. Will Hurst started ready to go. That little bit of understeer kind of caused Damien to check up a little bit. It's hard to say. It's going to be a tough one for the judges as we move into run number 2. Both these teams looking for a win. I don't think Escuco has had a sudden death today, and all Yellow Speed has had is sudden deaths. So Damien now in the lead. Damien Rosario going to try to take down Will Hurst, the Canadian. See the flags on the side of the car. Heck yeah, bud. And here we go. So Damien in the lead position in the S15, giving chase. Will Hurst in the Supra, V8 power, grabbing all of that curb, which is a no-go zone. Damien grabbing all of that curb too. That's going to open up the gap a little bit. Judges are aware of that. Trying to get to the door. Ooh, big angle. Going to have to left foot brake to not straighten the car out. Solid job from Will Hurst, but I think it is going to come down to that first run. Will Hurst looks like he's pretty confident. Big 360 over the line. Well, not over the line, but after the line. And now we see who's going to take the win away. This would be a huge win, even if it's just the first battle for Yellow Speed. And they were your number 3 seed going up against your number 2 seed, or number 5 seed even. So close in the middle, though. So we'll see what happens with the call here. I think we already have a call coming in. And that is going to be a quick one. Yellow Speed getting a win off of a Skuko Drift family. That is all Team Yellow Speed. It was unanimous. And I think it just came from, there was a huge gap towards the end, but I think it's because Will Hurst kind of straightened out a little bit and forced that proximity. It's really hard to try and explain, but Skuko might be down, but they're not out. Interested to see who it is. Samuel Guns. They're bringing out the big guns to try and get this one wrapped up. As to the line, and they believe that's Daniel Camacho. All S15 battle. That is the Skuko Drift family S15 of Daniel Camacho in the lead. In the chase, Samuel Guns for Yellow Speed Esports. Only one can take the final step on the podium. Are Yellow Speed going to get their first sweep of the day? Or are they going to battle number 3? About to find out. Good jump from Samuel. Nice use of the clutch. And into turn number 1. Good initiation, maybe a bit wide from Camacho. Keeps it mid, which is what you want to do here at Mugello. Not any space on the rumble strips. You are allowed to touch both of these, and Camacho grabs a little bit. This might be the battle of the day so far, folks. Great lead, but Samuel Gunn and all the pressure and then some. Right there in lockstep the entire time. Daniel Camacho throwing out the lead run of the day. But Samuel Guns maybe could have just pulled a little bit more angle. But in terms of mistakes, deductions, it's been so all over the place the last couple of battles. And it makes sense. No prep, no practice, minimal runs. The most practice I guarantee that you're seeing out of these guys are the 5 minutes that they get before we go into battle. So super clean from both, which has kind of put pressure on both of them now. Samuel put down a great chase with a minimal mistake, so now he needs a great lead. No choice. Camacho, I'm sure, saw out of his window that Guns was right on his door the entire time and knows that. We're going to have to see the best of both of them as we head into run number 2. And if Yellow Speed wins, it's 3rd place, game over. As we set up for run number 2. Guns in the lead. I think that is probably his preferred spot. He's made more mistakes in the chase today. Great jump from Daniel Camacho. This is it. Who will be moving on to take the last step on the podium? Very wide from Samuel, but nice job on the line. Cutscene's going to have tons of speed going down the hill. Daniel Camacho has no answer in the chase right now. 2 big mistakes heading into the final hairpin. He needs to get to the door of Samuel Guns. And I don't think it's going to happen. He does get there right at the end, but 2 tires off on the inner curbs. And having such a huge pool of tracks has really a big criticism of people watching esports drifting is when they get a week, 2 weeks to practice the track, is it's almost robotic. Everybody's getting 90s. That is not the case here today. I think Camacho, again, Samuel with that, kept it out wide as long as he could, and then entered nice and tight, had a ton of speed coming down the hill, and there was just no answer in the chase position from Daniel Camacho. After the run of the day. we do have some sort of judging call coming in now. Who will be walking away with third place? Your first step on the podium will be Yellow Speed Esports, who have had such a hard fight today. Or will the Skuko Drift family take this one into overtime? And look at this chase on Daniel Camacho's lead. And only real mistake I saw there from Samuel Guns is didn't quite have the angle out of turn one. And then watch Samuel's line here in his lead. Just keeps it out nice and wide, keeps the angle. And then you're able to rock it towards that inner clip, which is just not, I think it kind of just caught Daniel off guard because he went super shallow early. All that rumble strip. And that is going to be it. Yellow Speed Esports is going to take your final step on the podium and shut down Skuko Drift family. 2 battles to none. A huge win for Samuel Guns, being able to take that win off of a Skuko Drift family. And I really think it just came down to that initiation because Daniel Camacho's lead was borderline perfect, but good leads breed good chases, and it came right down to that initiation. Just really smart driving from Samuel Guns ended up winning him and his team the third and final step on the podium. But who's going to get the top step of the podium? Will it be the undefeated institution of Team Urta Esports or the plucky underdogs from Thailand, Hothead Racer? We will find out when we are back from our final break into our final server. Huge, huge, huge win. And we will be back in brief moments to determine who will win our first ever teams event here with the Esports Script Association. It has all come down to this. There can be only one winner. Will it be the European staple, the Lithuanians of Team Urta, or the underdogs with home field advantage, kind of, in Hothead Racer by Race Zone? Only one team can take the top step of the podium, and which one is it going to be? We are about to find out. Welcome back to the ESDA team event here in the preseason. We have one last set of battles left to go as we enter our finale. Darius Ostraka is going to be the one representing Urta Esports in the lead position, I believe, here at Chang. It had to be Chang, right? It had to be Chang as our final track on the list. And Darius is going to be going up against, I believe, Thanafip. He's the one closest to the starting line. He's over there thinking about it, contemplating his decisions, checking his 401k, looking at his credit score. I'm just making things up now. Oh, he's having an issue of some sort, so he's going to disconnect. Hopefully this isn't the beginning of issues here. It very well might be. Oh, no, we're back. We're back. We're so back. I was so worried there for a second. I think they're just dipping out and coming back in. All of Hothead left. I was like, no, we're back. It's fine. Everything's fine. Okay. Here we go. It will be Thanafip representing Hothead Racer by Race Zone. Have had a super tough day. Went battles with Hashira, went battles with Yellow Speed, and now they're going to have to go battles with Urta. Just done a really good job of minimizing mistakes compared to their competition and taking advantage of when their competition has made mistakes. However, Urta has 2-0'd both of their battles and has worked their way in by just being consistent. Are we going to see a crack in the armor from Team Urta? And the underdogs take it home. We're about to find out. Darius Ostraka leading now here in your final. Not the best start for Thanafip, but he's not going to go for the reset. He's going to go a little bit shallow here. Ends up gaining a ton of ground on Darius Ostraka. Nice job on the outside zone. Right there on the door of the Urta Esports driver. A little bit of a slow down zone here. Look for the contact. It's not coming. Yes, it does. Little bit of a tap to the door of Darius Ostraka from Thanafip. Thanafip knows he's got to put pressure on here. He's going to go a little bit shallow, but right to the door of that S15 is Thanafip Thanalapanen. Not the best chase run, but had the proximity and the consistency, and even had the gall to get into the door of that S15. Knew he had to bring it. If anything, just helped Darius get to the outer zone better. And now Darius has to respond. I think we're going to see a solid lead run here from Thanafip. But as we saw today, especially we saw in our... Hey, that's me. As we saw in our last battle, good leads breed good chases. And then I'll tell you who knows that on the racetrack right now. His name's Darius Ostraka. Here we go. Second half of this first battle. Again, both teams need 2 points to win. And here we go. Second half of the first battle. Thanafip Thanalapanen in the lead. Almost the same initiation from Darius as Thanafip had in his chase. Nice job matching the angle of the GR86 is Darius. Actually, I say that just straightening out just a little bit. Gap opening here. Darius not quite able to match the proximity. He might just be playing it safe. Great job on the wall. No! Danifip had to go for it. Was really aggressive on the first part of the wall. Did not slow the car down enough, though. I was really interested to see where that was going to go with the judges. Because Darius, especially to the second half of that long right-hand sweeper, was just dropped back just a little bit. I'm so bummed. Danithip had all of that outside wall in the first part of the track. And then just could not keep it together. I have to imagine that's the point going to Urta. That's only the first of 2 points. Either it's OMT or the judges saw something we didn't. And there you go. All Urta. And we already have our second battle on the line. Ernestus Jakubelis, your #1 qualifier of the day. Going to be going up against Thunawat Wongfuwishin, Thunny the Honey, the ringer for a Hothead Racer by Race Zone. Arguably the two hottest drivers on each team today. Here we go. This is a must-win for Hothead Racer by Race Zone, or else they will be taking home the silver trophy. Who is getting the top step of the podium? Is it going to be the Thai drivers or the Lithuanians? Ernestus Jakubelis, excellent job on the first. Oh, already a big mistake from Thunawat. Falling into that trap, just going way too shallow. Ernestus, great angle from the S13. That car's so fast while still being able to pull such good angle. Nice and gradual slowdown zone here. The back half of the course at Chang is going to have to go shallow, and he does. Ernestus trying to do what Danifip couldn't do. All of that outer zone, slightly getting the bumper on the wall. I really thought he was going to get contact there on the wall. Keeps it clean, gets away with it. Ernestus Jakubelis has been unleashed. Not that we've ever seen him drive poorly, but I think this is the best, on average, I've ever seen Ernestus drive, and it's not even close. Again, keep in mind how little practice these drivers have got. They didn't get hours, they didn't get days, they got minutes. Granted, they've driven here before this season, but not that much. So can Ernestus keep the Urta sweep going? Or will Thunawat pull something out of his cap and play spoiler? And be the first driver to take down an Urta Esports driver today. We will find out in a few moments. Thunawat leading. Ernestus chasing. Ernestus did the same thing that everybody else has done. They entered shallow. This causes that tire drop, that mistake, but he's right there on the door of Thunawat. Thunawat coming in a little bit hot. Yeah, trying to pull some angle out of it. A little bit of contact from Ernestus. Great job from Thunawat on the wall as well. Hanging the spoiler over the concrete. Getting ripped off by the fence. I think the judges, for the first time in a while, have something to sink their teeth into, especially on this second run. I think it's going to come down to the contact, because Ernestus did give him a little love tap. But was it because Thunawat slowed down just a little bit? I don't think he pulled the amount of angle he was looking for in that GR86 against smaller wheelbase than what we've seen him drive before in the GTR. Curious as if that has anything to do with it. Really solid finish from Thunawat, though. Took that little bump. Still hit the wall nice. Got the home field advantage. here at Birmingham Raceway, sponsored by Chang. Shout out to our good friend Joe Piro, who couldn't be here today. As it's coming down into the judges. Really tough call for the judges here. And I really think it's going to come down to the contact from your Nestis. All the rest of it was pretty clear cut. That's the only thing that I'm watching back, and I'm not sure who's at fault for that. Watch this chase run. And Nestis did the same thing that everybody has done in chase here at Chang today. Just way too shallow. So good on the proximity, though. But watch right here. It's really hard to say because it looks like Thunawat kind of bobbles just a little bit, but it would be very easy to make the argument and say Ernestus just got on power way too much. That is a good place to close the gap. And it's going to go into overtime, ladies and gentlemen. They are going one more time. It was too close to call. Both of them are getting a second chance at redemption here. Again, if Erta wins, it's over. If Thunawat can clean it up, he'll make it 1-1 and it will go into sudden death. So here we go. One more time battle here. Erta with 1 point on the board, trying to make it a clean sweep. This is the closest thing they've had to a defeat all day. And there they go. Ernestus in the lead. Thunawat Wangfuwishin in the chase. Yakubelis trying to get the deed done this time. Much better job in chase from Thunawat. And look at the proximity. He's going to come off just a little bit early. Going to keep it just barely within the lines. He did skip the outer zone, though. We're going to need to see something from Thunawat right here. If he wants a hope at keeping this even after the first battle. Plays it smart, plays it safe. Ernestus does the same thing. Could have pulled way more angle on that last hairpin. But made sure he kept that S13 out of the wall. He got really, really risky with it on his first run. Solid job from Yakubelis. More than solid, in fact. Thunawat missing that one zone, but doing a great job to clean it up. You've seen a mistake from Yakubelis now today. Thunawat leaving him something he can sink his teeth into. We need a 100-point run here from Thunawat Wangfuwishin, Thunny the Honey. We've seen it before. Not in this car, but we've seen it before. Run number 2 of this one more time battle. If Erta wins, it's game over. And this is Yakubelis trying to put the fork in it. Thunawat trying to stay alive. Both learned their lessons. Great initiation from Yakubelis. Gonna get that clip everyone's been struggling with today. Going into the slower section. Look at the proximity from Yakubelis. Pulling away just a little bit as Wangfuwishin right on the wall. Comes off just a little bit. And then right back to it. That was about as good as lead run get, and you could tell he's feeling himself, but I'm not sure if Ernestus Yakubelis did enough in the chase to be considered a mistake. Would have liked to seen him maybe push just a little bit harder in the back half of the course, but Sometimes driving smart's better than driving hard, but if that's the way Thunawat's going out, what a way to do it. Is that Urta putting an end to her? Did Thunawat do enough to bring Hothead up to 1 apiece? Or is that going one more time again? Hard fought from both drivers. It's going to be tight. So we have a decision coming in. Not sure which way it's going to go. I think it's all going to come down to we have a call. Either it has been made even or Urta with the clean sweep. The result of this battle. Team Urta Esports undefeated throughout the entire event. 2-0 against Hothead Racer. The underdogs couldn't get it done. They did their best, put up the best fight out of anybody today. Took Ernestus Jacubelis, who looked like he was on another realm today, into an OMT, but unfortunately, download complete for Ernestus Jacubelis and was able to clean it up, keep all 4 tires on the paint, and that is GG. Your winners of our first ever ESDA team event will be Urta Esports. Not to take anything away from Hothead Racer by Race Zone, a hard-fought battle to even get to second place. Nothing was handed to them today. They had to scratch and claw, but unfortunately, the Cinderella story ends with P2, but that is nothing to be disappointed about. Ernestus Jacubelis, your number 1 qualifier, the team on his back, the MVP for the day. But Thunawat doing everything he could possibly do to keep his team in it. Unfortunately, it just wasn't enough. And Urta Esports is going to be taking the win. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to pass the microphone off here to end the stream out with our CEO, Harold McKinney, who's got some exciting news with our season coming up for 2024. But that is going to be it from me over here on the production side of ESDA today. I hope everybody watching had a great time. I hope everybody had some fun. Thank you to everybody behind the scenes. Y'all don't know the shift that Doug put in today, that Twirly put in today. Absolutely Herculean effort. At last minute, we went from a backup to the backup, backup to the backup, backup, backup to the backup, backup, backup. So if it wasn't for Swirly, we would not have had a stream today. So thank you very much. Thank you to Spawns as well. Team effort on their side. As I'm waiting for Bossman to come in here so I can be relieved of my duties. But huge effort from Urta Esports there. Super tight battle there at the end. Cannot wait to show y'all what we have in store this season. As always, we wouldn't be ESDA if we weren't doing something a little bit different. But thank you all very much. The stream's not over. We have some important announcements in but a brief moment. But thank you guys very, very much for joining us. Di will be in here in just a sec. I hope, maybe. And there we go. Have a great night, everybody. And Harold, it's all you, bud.
Thank you very much, man. Alrighty, guys. I know there's not many watching right now. I just want to give my thanks to the people that are still watching. I know today wasn't the best day stream wise, but I would like for you guys still appreciate Swirly for taking his time last second for doing the stream. For people that don't know what happened, we had a streamer get sick earlier this week, and we had another streamer that was really busy schedule wise, and it was really bottlenecked. So we had no choice but to pull one of our judges in the stream just to make today happen. So drivers definitely did understand it today. They were top notch, understood it. Just to give a little bit of clarification to why this team event happened. Today was a lot of stuff was new brought in today. Seemed like a lot of people liked it. Um, servers could have been sorted out better. And that's a me issue that I got to figure out for everybody. But this is something that I want to take away for the drivers to take and take back to the rest of this community. And we want to make this an actual open thing next time. So we know a lot of teams was asking about how to get in and how to do that, but it was an invitation only because it was closed and it was a trial and run event. So that way we know what to fix for next event and the next time this happens. So the next time this happens, it would be much cleaned up. And we want to make this an open team thing. I know we got other teams like AOM. We know DMI messaged us. And there's other teams out there that I haven't mentioned that I have looked at that are really good that want to be a part of this. So, um, if you guys let us know the interest is there, give us feedback. This won't be the last time something like this will be ran. Um, but aside for also thanking Swirly for today, I want to thank Spawns. Thank you for the drone footage as always, man. You've been top notch as always today, bro. So thank you for stepping in and taking your time out for this off season to do this event. Like to thank sponsors is Moza, Next Level, 3D Rap, as well as our DreamHacks partner Furman. Thank you guys for being supportive as always. Back to the staff side of things. Keenan, I know Keenan had to dip out. He has a race here in literally less than an hour. Thank Keenan for stepping in and commentating as well as Frankie today. As well for the rest of the staff, we had Scylla, we had Brady for stepping in to also judge. So I'd like to thank the judges for being there. I know we had some couple OG guys. I know the community doesn't really know a lot of these people, but to the OG people that do know these people, Black Jack Falco tuned in. He was here. He loved what he seen. Another guy from back in the old days from Forza, Mr. Fuji was here. Stewie stepped in and watched and supported. So, and yeah, man, they liked the whole format idea, and I really like to appreciate them for being supportive of everything. I guess the last few things I would like to do before we cut it off. I know, Swirly, your PC is cooking. Um, is it we do have some format announcements, and so pretty much I do know that you guys, when we first announced this, it was pretty much just 10, the top 10, top 15 drivers get invited in. So we have went through with more changes with the format, and I think a lot of people's going to like it. So we're going to jump. So the format is going from 50 to 128. So to further explain this, we're doing a lot of things more in a proper esports type of way. We're making everything more region based. So now instead of things going from 10 to 15 drivers, each region will be 32 drivers now. So they're going to be a regional for each regional championship for each region. Top 32 from the points will get invited in, of course, and the top 8 will move on to the world final from each region. So it'll still be 5 events this year. It'll just be 4 regionals and one main event, one world final. Um, and on top of that, uh, just from me and my previous history and just doing stuff within here in sim drifting and just looking at a lot of stuff esports wise and doing it a proper way. Each regional will be in their own regional server. So the APAC region will be in the APAC server, EU will be in the EU server, North America will be in the North American server, and South America will be in its own server. We just want to just we looked at the ping issues. Today we tried to figure out an issue around that, and we just figured that running it the regular way would probably be better. But for the regional championship, everything would be in its own regional server, so that way every driver will be at his tip top shape and don't have to worry about any ping issues. So uh, this will be further explained in in the Discord today. It'll be further explained in the Instagram this week as well. So that's pretty much what we're doing. It's been further expanded. So I think a lot of drivers are going to like this per region for especially ping wise and especially um, having more guys in. So that's been pretty much it. I guess it's my first time in a while of doing the closing ceremonies and stuff. Um, that would be it. I think I guess an extra thing. Check out our good old boys at Shadow Realm. They should have an event starting up here within the next hour or pretty soon. There'll be so head over to the Shadow Realm Discord and YouTube and their socials as they got something going on. They got the mini comp going on tonight. And also announcing next month as well, they will be having a mega comp. And for anybody that's trying to get a last chance to earn points in, they're having a mega comp in March. That'll be the place to go to earn some last chance points. So big shout outs to Grizz and Boost and Shadow and the rest of the team over there. So yeah, stay posted for a lot more updates that we got coming. We got rulebook update coming next month. So we got a lot of things coming. The car pack is also. I know people asked about the car pack. Car pack is coming soon. Still been worked on, so it is coming soon. Not it's not going to be middle of the year, but it will be. We're closing up to be pretty soon. So that's been pretty much me. That's the updates I have to give for you guys in the community and the people that's still here watching. So until then, I will see you guys in.